Alrighty. Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. I do apologize for being 7 minutes late. You know what that means. 7 minutes of extra stream time is what will be added to the clock. How is everyone doing today? Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless Fire Spells Only, rounding sesh number 17. Last time, we finally got over the hurdle that is Godskin Apostle. I had to sincerely change the way I did things. Then afterwards, I go and grab the hit counter manager. No, afterwards, we ended up doing the Nokron segment. And killed the bosses that were in there, the Regal Ancestor Spirit, and the Nox Night Maiden, and the Mimic Tear. We killed all three. We got the Finger Slaying Blade, we gloated over Celavis's and Piteous corpses, and then we kind of called it good after we also started to initiate Fia's questline. Need to be able to see the stream. Then, as we wrapped up yesterday, we went and inserted the inverted statuette into the tower. So now we get to do this all over again. And of course, we have to readjust for where we are again, because of course we would. There's thankfully only one or two specific adjustments that have to happen, and I'm thinking that that is mostly limited. Oh, we also probably want Black Flame again for the extra tick damage. And Flame grant me strength. So, we're just gonna get right into it. In case anyone doesn't know what this is, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It's an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr and Avidian. Mostly Kirnifr, but Avidian, helps get the community going. Whereas Kirnifr is, they talk and they answer questions, but honestly, I couldn't really tell you anything about them. It's really strange. I can't tell you anything about Kirnifr that nobody else wouldn't be able to figure out. The only people who would probably know anything more is going to be Team Reforged itself. In case you're wondering, I'm checking the channel. All right, we appear to have gotten that settled. Look, I don't have people. Just as an FYI, I do not have anyone to tell me anything about whether or not sound's coming out of my mic. I have to do it myself. And tabbing onto YouTube, Twitch is the only way I'm gonna make this happen. So, enjoy. Anyway, where were we? Right, there are over 13,000, or I'm fairly sure 13,000 changes that have been documented in this game. We have 3 resources. We have the mod page itself, followed by the wiki, and then followed shortly after that by the Discord. If you guys type in ERR, ERRW, or ERRD for the mod page, wiki page, and the Discord respectively, you will get access to most of the tools. The wiki and the mod page and the Discord all take you to each other if you know where to look. You will always be able to access any of those 3 tools. Additionally, if you're ever wanting to just play around with the, the stats on various weapons, catalysts, and so on, I have a new command called !webcalc. That's !WEPCALC into the chat. Type in !webcalc, you will get access to the weapon calculator tool. It is a separate external website maintained by a different person. They have ran through the data, the reg data, the regulation file that is, for base game plus Reforged and Convergence. Each one has its own separate table on that site, and it's great. If you ever wanted to know like what the differences are at a glance between the weapon calculations on Reforged items versus weapon calculations on Convergence items, well, there you bloody well go. Congratulations. Right. We actually want our lantern on. This place can get surprisingly dark. Dead. That is a hit on the way to the boss. It's not even the boss. It's a hit on the way to the boss. Yuck. Gross. Let's try that again. We're not even at the part where I'd be infuriated yet. That comes with the actual boss in the split. The Godskin Noble in the elevator. That used to be a bridge fight. Now it's an elevator fight. That's not really the correct spot. Wow, it's amazing what some chains will or won't block. We're just gonna have to get testy with the hands, I guess. Sure. Whatever works. Anyway, yeah, so moving past Elden Ring Reforged, this is a challenge run of said game. We are doing Deathless, with a specific X restriction on all bosses only. This lets me strike that balance between showcasing the game as much as I possibly can and, you know, keeping things interesting and or not spending too much time on things that no one probably cares about. Sure, Miriam. Would you like to take some bleeding damage, Miriam? Oh my god, that is so cheap. Wow, that is awful. See, I don't even have to get close to you. Oh, peak gameplay. I only had to spend 2 flasks to do it. Very peak. Yeah, so welcome to the inverted Carrion Royal Study. It's exactly as strange as you expect. Up there is nothing but water. Nothing but water. Sweet water. And what's down here at the bottom? Well, it'd be where the ceiling of the tower is, in like the normal version, right? Ah, right. This is probably one of those times where I should do something different. Thankfully, our spells are pretty tailored to this situation. Now, Blood Boon is just kind of one of the best. It's such a unique spell. It's not fast or slow, and it hits an interesting arc. It kind of just depends on where your hands are. It's got nothing to do with, you know, tracing a pattern. I need to be careful. Like, really bloody careful. Okay, you're down there. Cool. Yeah, so welcome to Preceptor Miriam. Move back. It still hit me through that anyway. Cool. You can come this way, you know, Miriam, right? Yeah, keep moving this way, sure. Oh, we gotta be so careful. Where are your flasks, Miriam? Two Miriams, two states of the tower, and our reward. Our reward for all that is a spell we cannot cast. It is a decent spell. It's called Lucidity. It's good for... So all of the spells that, like, cleanse status, which Lucidity is one of them, also does other stuff in Reforged. All of them do. All of the ones that cleanse buildup increases the corresponding stat that's responsible for guarding against the buildup of the status. And in this case, Lucidity increases the concentration of the casting sorcerer, so they're less likely to be affected by sleep or madness. It's kind of like, is it order of regression? Or law? Yeah, law of regression, I think is what it is. Okay, we're in combat, but I'm not sure by whom. Our goal is to just simply make it down this tower and get the rest site at the end. These finger creepers are so stupid. They will literally walk into the flame. They will die trying to get to you. I mean, their hands... Oh, shit. Alright, boys. That's one. Wow, that is super stupid. You jumped right into that patch of flame. I'm not sure what to make of that. Okay, the combat has stopped. Good. Now I think you can jump onto these, but I'm not sure why you would ever do that. You're way better off just falling down here like normal. These feel like they would give on you if you tried to land on them. Also, give me just a second. I feel like I need to fix something with Discord real quick. There we go. That's better. Now we don't have those annoying Discord notifications to deal with. Anything up here? I wouldn't think so. Should just be the, should just be all the inverted sections up here. Yeah, good thing I estimated that correctly. Oh, that is assured death. Well, not death, but like, if you don't pay attention, you're definitely falling to your death. Are we looking on these? 6? Okay, yeah, we've got a long way to go. That's everything. Let's get into the elevator then. And watch the magical world of Hogwarts. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to bring up J.K. Rowling's world. It's not even that well built. It's also built on racist caricatures of the Jews. And so that is natively anti-Semitic. Not a fan. I don't want to get swept up in, you know, wars for that kind of thing, because there shouldn't be. People need to learn to live and let live, but I guess now is not that era. I feel like it's going to take a reset of apocalyptic proportions to get humans to trust each other again. So welcome to the Divine Tower of Liurnia. There's nothing here. Nothing here for us. At all. Bridge? Absolutely solitary. Just a ride on over. I'm just gonna pop in as many rooms as I can. Now I have to figure out... When I did this in vanilla with like a normal Reforged playthrough, I was able to use the ancestral infant head. That's what we were able to do. We were able to use it. I'm not sure I would be allowed that this time. Hold on. I need to see something. So this is the let's look over our hitless rules, shall we? Is this a hitless run? No, it's a deathless run. But I'm still using their rules as a baseline. Okay. So sound to distract enemies. Forcing the ancient dragon to fly using long-range items such as glintstone scraps. Oh, so I'm not even allowed. Other like interactions. That's interesting. So we definitely need to do a second run and not make sure we're following all these rules. So reading over this, so I'm making sure I look at the specific rules for generally and for X only, because we are in fact following that. Oh no, okay. Utility consumables are always allowed. Sleep pots, greases, oil pot, blood oil, aromatic. Okay. Yep. So as long as they deal a status of some kind, or they follow like this general trend, we're okay. We aren't gonna be using greases, but we are allowed everything else. Okay, that's worth knowing. Additionally, I'll bring it up right now. If you guys want to see the notes I'm taking for this run, and probably all future challenge runs as well that I decide to do, if you type in !deroute, all lowercase, exactly the way you think, route, like Route 44, and you will get access to a hyperlink containing the Google document that I am working on, that categorizes all of the various things that we do for this run. Anything from, oh, what kind of build are we running, to you know, we kill this boss at this point and only at this point, etc., etc. Okay, so here's the question. This is not a utility item. Like, it's just not. So I would be allowed a sleep pot. I would not be allowed the ancestor head under these rules, because it deals damage of a specified type. That's very strange. Yeah, but we're gonna stick with the sleep pots. Make sure we've got them crafted for this. That's fine. Now you're gonna see. Let me just go ahead and, yeah, we're at level 96. We are over leveling this, but that doesn't actually matter. As you're going to see with this particular boss, it does not matter whatsoever, because it ain't gonna be the boss that really kills you. It's gonna be everything else. So we're gonna go up to the tower like normal. It's gonna be an elevator ride like normal, right? No rune pieces. Nothing funny. But what if I told you this wasn't going to be a normal elevator ride? Oh, and it's not like Dragon Slayer armor or whatever it is from Dark Souls 2, where you can activate a safety. You are not allowed this with Reforged. Also, Blood Moon's not going to work for this. I feel like I have to say it. The only thing I'm allowed to do is cast a generator. I also feel like this is one of those times that need a magical shield in order to, I say a magic shield, I mean a fire guarding shield. Specifically for this fight. I need something with 100% physical deflect, like physical damage negations, and something with halfway decent fire. Unfortunately, we've sold those things. Like, we're not allowed. We don't normally need a shield under these circumstances, so just gonna make one sleep pot on the way up. I'm not going to even bother with the Godskin Noble here. I'm just going to take those off. You have to deflect. There is no other way to deal with this boss. You have to deflect. It is specifically designed for you to deflect the incoming attacks. You have to do that. And because of that particular design, along with a few other things I have noticed, hitless is impossible with this run unless the definition is modified to two things. One, a perfect deflect would have to count as not taking a hit, which you literally cannot verify. It becomes much harder to verify. I don't think hitless is possible even if you put in perfect deflects. Not happening. no one will want to verify whether a deflect was perfect or not. See that icon with the double arrows? With my game screen being the way it is, I would essentially have to get rid of my overlay, put everything on the screen, turn my webcam off, take the controller input and get it out of there. Only the game screen and nothing else would that be verifiable. So even if I change my setup to allow for easy verification of the perfect deflect, that is a lot of starting and stopping, and no, that's just not happening. 2, in some cases, like, the perfect deflects always work. The problem is the second definition for a hit in Hitless is, did you stagger? Did you break stance? Did you get knocked back? If the answer to any of those questions is yes, you took a hit. With perfect deflects, sometimes if the attack that is being perfect deflected, and only a perfect deflect works on this, if that attack would cause you to get knocked back, then that doesn't count as it still counts as a hit, even though you took no damage, etc., etc. The fact of the matter is, something else caused you to move, and that is enough to be a hit. So, like the wing buffet attacks, or, you know, the Godskin Noble puffing out its belly, like puffing out its armor to get you to go away. Those are hits already. No perfect deflect required. No perfect deflect to muddy things up. But something like the Godskin Noble's rolling attack would not, even if you perfect deflected, which you can do, and I have done. The timing is super strict, but you can do it. You're still knocked back. It's like you take the hit, you do this like backward somersault thing, and you hold the deflect frames for a few seconds, but you can still get hit during that. Or rather, even though you're holding up the deflect frames, and you'll be able to deflect something else, the fact of the matter is that a rolling attack caused you to move, which would count as a hit. Absolutely. So, we will not be doing hitless runs of any kind in Reforged because they are just impossible. They are impossible under the current definitions that Team Hitless uses in order to judge runs. Like, it can't happen. It can't happen. The best I can do is Deathless. Sadness, I know. But if you want to do hitless runs, you gotta go to Convergence. That is gonna be the any other overhaul mod is going to be able to have hitless categories. This cannot. And that is by design. And that is fine. Not because Kirnifr specifically knew anything about challenge runs, just because of the way that Reforged plays, hitless is impossible. Even under... Unless you're capable of dodging every attack, you can't. Especially on hard mode, you cannot. You have to deflect things. And because you have to deflect things, you're getting hit. Period. End of subject. I do wish you would stop attacking me. Gotta figure out what I'm doing here. What? What happened there? I'm sorry, what? It just like... people saw that, right? Where it's like, I guess they went to sleep the exact second they took damage and like something broke? I don't know what to do about that. Other than, you know, obviously not throw a sleep pot when they're trying to wake up. Like, that's just bad. Don't need the lantern for that. Do we make the ritual pots? I guess we could do that. Sure, we can do that. This is still going to be a little bit messy, but oh, also, I guess we should probably adjust our spells, because there are a lot of them that we're not going to be using here. Too slow, dodge prone, etc., etc. I've never seen the nobles dodge, though. Usually they just close the distance real fast. For something so round, you wouldn't really think... I don't even think we want the Flame of Frenzy for this. Yeah, like, it's that profound. For something so round, so... girthy, that the Godskin Noble will be incapable of closing the distance, that could not be further from the truth, my friend. Definitely further from the truth. Yeah, like, stuff closes the distance all the time, and the Godskin Noble has, like, this really impressive 5 or 6 stab lunge. It's the stuff of nightmares and artistry, pure artistry. Let's try it with a rune arc. That could give us just the health we need to survive this. Initial sleep pot is enough to get them, you know, affect them, so we won't bother with the cursed blood pot until afterwards. Come on. Yeah, I need to do this without rune arcs. That's just a waste of resources. I also feel like I don't really know how long the lure pots or the cursed blood pots last. So I feel like I need to throw one on every time. I feel like it lasts for only a few seconds, tops. Okay, nothing to do but try again. I feel like I could be casting Flame Grant Me Strength right here. Yep. I should have rolled there. I also feel like I probably just need to give up. The problem is I can't, right? I can't. I've sold myself out of other options. Like, I'm just stuck doing this until we actually get the kill. And to be fair, we do need this. We need this kill. We can't not have it. Oh, just make those. This is going to be the one that blows it up big time. Just absolutely big time. Just blow up the death counter. Huge. Guaranteed. I feel like I'm better off not even casting unnecessary spells. I feel like I need to just minimize the amount of times I'm rotating through things. No, none of that, and no flame grant me strength. Just catch flame, blood boon, that's it. Nothing else. I feel like if I could, I would get rid of the generator as well, but I don't think that's possible. Even if I were to change up... Oh, how are we looking on reagents anyway? Starting to run low, maybe? I haven't seen any need for the miraculous ones yet. Just getting rid of everything that, oh, I want to be careful not to make materials out of things, I don't need yet. Sorry, what I meant was I want to be careful not to make the incorrect material. Okay, we should have... Oh, actually, I just realized we just, No? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not reading this correctly. Here we go. Yep, got it. Alright. Let's do this again. Also, deflecting with a dagger seems to work just fine. I just have to get the actual real timing down. Oh god, no. Dad. Okay, so I don't need as many cerulean flasks as I thought I did. We need, what, maybe 3? Yeah, I would say 3. That's probably still a comfortable number. I'm gonna allocate this toward health. Under my notes so far, make that 7 pages of documentation. Okay, so far, that's kind of what I've got, is basically come here with the appropriate selection of pots. Deflects are mandatory, which I already knew to begin with, but, like, it's different when you're trying to actively not deflect things. Because if you're trying to train up for hitless, then you don't want to be deflecting, you want to just be somewhere else. I wonder if maybe I could replace barricade with quick step, but I don't think quick step would actually help any. Interesting. I don't know. What's the point? What's the difference? I'll figure out all the intricacies of how Elden Ring likes to play with, or how Elden Ring Reforged likes to play with its mechanics. It just takes time. Oh, it's not what I was wanting to do. Yep, that happened. In the interest of pacing, we're going to take a break. So I'm not mid-attempt when I'm also trying to take a break. I just think that's smart. So, yeah, both Godskins are formidable opponents, and I'm going to just have to practice with their movesets to get it right. Now, I will say with the Apostle, I think it's more likely that in the instances where I see one, I'll have a summon. This Noble does not have any capacity for summoning whatsoever. You have no choice but to get good with deflex and the way that the mod author may or may not want you to play, which more or less boils down to engage with the game. That's really the bottom line, and I don't think that's such an... I realize cheese is kind of like, ooh, let me break your game. That's fun. That's fun, yes, but for some people, fun is in the artistry. Fun is in the artistry. The ability to do something perfect, correct, and it's subjective. But in this case, it means a deflect like your life depends on it. No, I'm kidding. But from what I understand about Kirnifr's playstyle, Kirnifr is like a prodigy at this game. Uses mouse and keyboard for a start, and on top of that, mostly plays melee builds from what I understand. So, when they do testing, that's kind of their wheelhouse. So a lot of the mechanics, like perfect deflects, perfect attacks, it just... if you got the rhythm for it, that's cool. I don't really have anything ill to say, so I'm not going to say it. Nor was anything ill required. My point is simply, this mod is definitely not to everyone's taste. And that's enough said about that. You either like the mod or you don't. You play it or you don't. No, we're not getting into... this community does not... I'm like the most prone to junk measuring contests, nether region measuring contests, to be all-inclusive. Yeah, I'm the person who is prone to that. Nobody else in the Reforged community is super prone to that sort of thing, and the mods are not made to keep up or be competitive with Convergence or Reborn or Dark Moon or Ascension, excuse me, no matter what mod it is. This thing is... ERR is just kind of doing its own thing, and I can really respect that. I think I've said enough about that. I think Kirnifr might be the type to say,
"Oh, are you aggrieved?"
I am very aggrieved. But I'm only aggrieved at this noble. I'm not aggrieved at the team or Kirnifr or anyone. Anyway, I'm 2 minutes over break. We're gonna take one. For those who don't know or have never been here before, I generally step away from the keyboard for 5 minutes. And I generally run ads on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, I guess, hooray! But also you're entirely subject to the whims of YouTube's ad timing, which is ass. So, and likes to interrupt you at the most inopportune times for an ad interruption. Like, they do not give a fuck about what you're watching or what you're doing. There is no thought to a transition period on when an ad strikes on YouTube. At least with the non-pre-roll, when I say I'm running an ad, I'm running one. I tell you the length of time the ads will be running, and that's it. Nothing else to it. Make of that what you will. Anyway, when we come back from commercial break, we're going to continue making some attempts at this. Because unlike with Apostle, where, I can configure or summon, I do not have that luxury with the Noble. It's kill or be killed. And with that, I will see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you for sticking around up to this point, and if not, I don't blame you. Thank you. I am back. Sorry about that. I ended up getting caught in the kitchen, so I had to have a small discussion. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. We're ready to get back to watching me get my ass kicked? Hope so, because that's what's happening. Isn't this fun? This is like watching those streams or VODs of like raid attempts on MMO bosses, where it's like watching someone kill like heroic Archimond from the Warlords of Draenor. At least I think that is not only the boss, but how you say it. This Archimond. And might also be Archimond, but anyway, regardless, though the heroic and mythic attempts take like forever, and fights can last for like 8, 10, 15 minutes. Bad. And there's also just straight up no time to drink. I feel like I'm just gonna have to use a generator spell, and if I have to do that, what's the point of any of what I just spent almost a month doing? What's the point? I really feel... hold on. I'm gonna use the blood pots, but I'm not gonna make them. I feel like it makes no bloody difference. And it's just something else for me to cycle through, rather than get back to my healing and FP flasks. I kind of feel like I just need to forego any kind of consistent status ailment boosters, because that's irrelevant. It also didn't help that I chucked one off the, of the platform. You fat sack of lard. I have to stop panic pressing guard. That's exactly what's happening, by the way, because I am panic pressing. I feel like I should just add, you know, freaking 100 to the split counter and just do a subtraction of how many... I mean, that's like self-defeating, right? But I do literally think I am just going to die 100 times until I figure out when not to deflect. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to spend, like, the next hour learning the deflect timing. I have to do that. No matter how many deaths it is, I'm not going to even bother casting a spell. I'm just going to deflect the whole time. I don't think that's the right answer to this either. I actually feel like my problem is not being aggressive enough. Yeah, I feel like my problem is just I'm not being aggressive enough. This is the type of fight that you really don't want to be spending oodles of time. It's so mistake prone, right? It's so mistake prone, it's not funny. And there are moments like that where they can open with a lunge and I die. Not because I got hit with the lunge. No, 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 no. That would actually be less soul crushing than, oh, I just rolled. I actually either got pushed or I rolled off the ledge. That's way more frustrating. I feel like I can't quite stand on the edge. I need to stand kind of like almost within the carving work of the inner ring here. It's all the blasted... You have nowhere to move. You have nowhere to move. If I roll, I die. Oh, well, it's not I die, but, like, I roll, I get the iframes, I roll off the platform, I die anyway. Like, that's kind of what this is. This is a straight up, you lose. Good game, sir. Now, go play a proper build. And stop doing this challenge run. It's silly. That's kind of feel like what I'm being told right now. Yep, go ahead and throw that. I feel like if I hadn't... Yeah, no, I did use those pots already. I absolutely used those pots. Alright, we can take them off the icon bar now. Not using them again. Not making that mistake. I only want to be cycling through necessary items and nothing else. Try again. Like I said, if you guys don't like this type of thing, let me know. We can do something else while I figure out what the heck else I'm supposed to do. Streams aren't always going to be fun. Sometimes people are going to be doing progression content, and people get upset, testy. It feels like I have to watch where I'm killing them, if that makes sense. So if I force them to phase transition in the middle of the platform, I think I should just jump off, because that's bad. I want them to phase transition on the edge of the platform. Come on, let's do this. just, I timed it all wrong. All wrong. The timing was just complete garbage. I definitely need to make a save here. I wish I knew how to do that without also wiping all my accounts just to have the ability to do that. Because I know that's something that Tools lets you do, but that requires you using the ERR specific save system, and I cannot be doing that if I want to showcase horses or other neat little texture additions. I feel like I recognize certain patterns, but I never know when they're gonna come in for, I can't do this except this way, with a double stab. That's the part I can't seem to grasp my head or like wrap my head around, make a grasp of, is when they're gonna do the double stab, because I almost always get hit there. Maybe I can... Nah, there's no positing this. There is no positing this. You just have to get good. That's all there is to it. Positing is a waste of time. I just didn't roll when I should have. Also, I feel like I need to get a good grasp on the perfect cast. I usually have it, but turns out stress is this really powerful thing that masks your ability to think straight in a layer of go fast, go fast, go fast. You don't have time for perfect, go fast. Unfortunately, stress is one of those things that masks and handicaps a person's ability to do lots of things. The other thing is fear or anger. Really any emotion. And people can, if you aren't thinking with your head and you're thinking with your emotions, that is a recipe for disaster. I wish humans in the real world would understand that. Which is why I don't think humans need to be governing themselves. We need a android robot that says, here are these hard rules. You're not allowed to surpass without being able to reason through them. If you can, great. If not, it ain't happening. Yep. Of course. And your only choice is to roll inward on that. Your only choice, if they're in the center, is to roll inward so that you do not... I don't want to make choreographed notes for this fight. Maybe that would help me, but I feel like if I have to do that, I should literally just stop right there, because it means I have no situational awareness. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing about these, the World of Warcraft raids. They don't need more slate pots. Come on, there should be a phase transition. What broke there? I should not have gotten a victory. What broke there? That's actually the last point I gotta make about that. Oh my god. That is very frustrating. I'm drained. I got nothing to say about that. Except I'm hoping we won't have to use any more sleep pot. I mean, we will, because the duo fight with the cut content, or with the cut mechanic of them waking each other up from sleep. But maybe that could be used to our advantage. We have the curse mark, which we can't do anything with right now. But later we'll be able to do something with it. Now we actually gotta go to the Magma Worm Bakar. We got a little bit of walking to do. But also before that, we have this matter of the remembrance to go settle. We never did do that.
There's something I'm thinking of. Do you know who he was? But he was a great, and now I wish nothing. This is good to see you in deep.
Right. Things we don't need for 500, Alex.
The Golden Order.
But if I remember correctly, there's like an FP restorative item, and then something else, and that's it. Oh, wrong one. Stores FP upon defeating enemies. Huh. That may be worth picking up. That may be worth picking up for later. If I could ever get rid of this green turtle talisman, it feels absolutely mandatory in builds like this. If I could get rid of it, I would happily grab this item, but I don't particularly see any value in it. And we only get we get 2 starlight tokens, which I think we have exactly 0 of them. Yeah, we have exactly 0 of them. Neat. Okay. Sorry, I'm still feeling quite enervated from that fight, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, but you know what? I almost forgot. We need to go up to Rena's Rise now. I think we still have that whole thing with the we still got the whole thing down here to out there to deal with. And the most we're gonna do is like go get that one started, but we can't actually leave yet. Oh, but will we be able to leave, though? I don't think we can. Rena's Rise. I interpreted that last A as an E for some reason. Oh, also, we're on Patch I. Yes, Patch I. And because we're on Patch I, some stuff has inevitably gotten a little bit rebalanced. So if we look back over at our summons, I think our mimic costs should, yep, the HP cost should now actually be 800. It was kind of a cheap pittance before. I liked having cheap mimic tier. This lovely portal will take us to a part of Ainsel River we weren't able to access before. And I think you can get here technically from deep root depths. That is another way to do it, or should be another way to do it, but I might be mixing up stuff now. So we have our lovely Princess Rani doll, which we're not going to use right now, but, well, I could show you guys what this doll is. Talk 3 times.
Oh, a dog good fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit? Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise, but now the cat is out. Perform for me a service. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook Perform for eliminate the name of I will not brook disobedience.
Oh, damn, all I did was talk to a doll. And now all of a sudden I have to perform a service. Ah. We are allowed to leave. Felt something in my teeth. Sorry. Trying to remember if we had anything to worry about. Oh, but if we do that, we go to the Lake of Rot. I'm trying to remember. The Baleful Shadow's a boss now, so I have to figure out where that's supposed to go. Okay, I've already placed it in the Not Stella waterfall basin. We'll come back to this later. For now, we got things we gotta do. But speaking of which, look, we're level 96. I definitely intended to be over leveled for most of this. There was just like this weird cross section with the with the Dragon Barrow area. There's actually probably two things. I do need to put up a boss anyway. No, I don't want to make a new profile. No, 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 no. We don't want that. Well, let's kill Macklemore Makar first. I think that's a reasonable thing to want to do first. And in the meantime, we'll see about finding rune pieces along the path. That'll make our life easier. Oh, well, hello there. You want your codex entries. This is how you get your codex entries. You just find a good swath of cheap enemies or like well-placed crowds to AoE and you take them out. Farm this place a couple of times for your free squirt codex entry. Oh, hello, boys. We're liberating these Albinorics from their miserable existence. Okay, what's with this ruin? I've actually never seen this before. I can't tell if this is old or new. Oh no. Do I make a go at this now? I think I'm gonna regret that, but what's her status looking like? Yeah, okay, we're gonna make a go at this. 90k. Yeah, so what, 4? We pop 4. Yeah, okay, not quite 4, but pretty close. Ah, now we have a new spell to play with. Blame fall upon them. I think Blood Boon is still going to be the best one, but we can at the very least, like, try playing with a bunch of spells and seeing what works. So we're going to go around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Gotta follow my own way, or however you want to say it. It's not follow the rainbow. You're not tasting it either. I don't know. Anyway. I'm sorry, but the Sonic memes are just too intense. Alright. Wow, okay, this guy's acting really fast. Oh god, no. I want to abort on this. And the reason I would like to abort is because I just realized we're about to kill a boss without putting it in the codex. Which, for the noble, I'm fine with. Because there's not only one of it. There's more than one. There's like 3. Not counting the duo kills. But for, Oh, also, I just discovered that slate pots are useful yet again for this specific encounter. We wanted to allocate our flasks back to the usual 5 and 5. I don't think I want to be casting Flame of Frenzy here. I think we're good with that. Yeah, we're gonna have to be good with this. Nope, not what we wanted. Yeah, alright. Just like this. Let's try that again. But this time we make sure we accumulate, or we throw on some sleep potions. Sleep pots. I don't know why I said potion just now. That's my inclination is potion. But I know that's not correct. Alright, fulminating rune bear. Let's try this again. Oh no, it's one of the enemy types that snaps back awake when it sleeps. Yep. I have not forgotten what I said. However, I do want to make sure I apply this hit to the correct boss. It's that one. Did we really die 20 times? I don't feel... Yeah, we might have actually died 20 times. Wow. We're gonna grab our runes and leave, because that is a boss that we were... I just wasn't expecting it. That's all. Just run. And this is kind of the thing I want to introduce you guys to more than anything with Elden Ring Reforged, is sometimes running is just the smart option. Don't be afraid. This game is hard. This mod is more difficult than vanilla. It is. Don't let anybody sit here and say, oh, well, it's easier. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you have to remember, a lot of what made Elden Ring less difficult was its cheese tack. Because there's no cheese tack, the game is automatically harder. Just straight up. Is that a rune piece over there? Sure is. No, really, in truth, I'd say it's about as difficult as vanilla. Really, it's only more difficult because there's no cheese. And cheese was the whole thing that made the game's balance easy or, like, negligible anyway. You can still do that. You can absolutely still, like, go to Altus Plateau, and if you know what you're doing, I think you can still get, like, a +4 or 5. I don't think those are set to just scale with you. If they did, well, I mean, that would make not playing the game in any kind of intended order, like, impossible, right? Which, if Kirnifr really wanted to do that, and not say, oh, If you're willing to sit there and get shit on by bosses who are many times more leveled than you, go ahead. Be my guest. If Kirnifr was like, no, I want you to do things in the order in which they are provided to you. Some mod authors are like that. Don't know whether Kirnifr is or isn't. But if they really wanted to, they could say, okay, we're going to take all of the... we're going to take all of the somber and regular smithing stones, right? We're going to take them all. And we're going to say, okay, we're going to check for your level. You can only have a somber of this rank at this level, no matter where it drops. Period. End of subject. Speaking of which, we should go back and reset our spells for some easier content, at least for the time being. Okay, I feel fine with this particular arrangement. I remember there being poison traps, so we're going to take Flame Cleanse Me and Flame Grant Me Strength. We're going to take all of those. We're going to try to get to the ruin-strewn precipice in 4 minutes. And I just realized that we did not set the marks correctly, or I did not put the signs back on the menu where they were supposed to be. Interestingly, Flamefall Upon Them is a bigger spell, but we're allowed to cast it on horseback. Whereas Blood Boon, nah, not allowed to do any such thing. Got to be careful. Get out. Go ahead and get out of there. I'm curious, where is... Okay, so it's like... Yeah, it's at the end of the cast. It's the same timing as Flame Sling. I'm curious what Glintstone Pebbles timing looks like with perfect casts. We're just gonna skip past all this. Don't need it. And otherwise, we'll definitely be sitting here attacking things all day. Nice. I feel like I've just triggered some bats for no reason. Where are our lovely bat friends? I know they were flapping around somewhere nearby. We just managed to get them? Cool. How about them apples? Oh, flame fall upon them is great. I wish I would have gotten the faith for this spell earlier. That probably would have made several kinds of encounters much easier, if nothing else. I say easier, but again, easy is relative in the eye of the beholder here on you know, in this mod, in this game. Easy is all about what can you tolerate or manage or cope with the best. Because this mod is definitely normal. It requires that you engage with the system at every step to not suffer. Now, if you're a masochist and you enjoy suffering, or you know, you are natively good at the game, you will probably be okay. You know, barring any bosses you might have tried to cheese the first time, or managed to get a cheese build for. You will have to learn how to honestly fight all the bosses you cheese, but that's really about it. Now, it is break time number 2. When we come back from break, I have some shilling I gotta do, but otherwise, you guys who have been here before, you know the spiel. Explain it to the people in the back, like they're 5. Not because I don't think people are smart, but because people appreciate the 5-year-old explanations. I really truly think so. Most people just don't have time for convoluted explanations. Everything's gotta be short, 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 in as few words as possible. Sometimes it's just how life is. Life is unstable and dangerous and unpredictable. Anyway, for those who have been here before, you know what I'm talking about. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time, or silence. 5 minutes of silence, take your pick. Anyway, see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you for sticking around up to this point. Thank you. I am sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully I am not too late. Hopefully everybody also enjoyed their commercial break. If you like this content, although I can't imagine why. Just kidding. Hopefully, if you guys liked it, consider subbing. No, I'm kidding. Consider following or subscribing. I know, I said subbing, but the subbing is a Twitch thing and subscribing is a YouTube thing. So I'm hoping that that isn't too big of a discrepancy. Yeah, consider doing both those things. They're free ways to engage with the content, liking, making sure your notifications are turned on, sharing the channels are like the best free ways to help me, you know, get ahead of the algorithm. If you like the content. If not, well, I mean, everybody is entitled to that opinion. If you guys want to support me further, I also can't imagine why, but if you do, I have plenty of levers for that below in the About Me section on Twitch, or in the description there will be some things for YouTube folks. I do my best to try to make things entertaining, but I'm not really good at that, apparently. Gonna continue to do my best, though. That's all anyone has, right? Is their best. So I guess a little bit about me, if you guys don't know already. I am a shut-in. I would like to say I'm a student, but I cannot say that. And I likely never will be again in my life. My time to do anything useful to society has come and gone. So now, I do the best thing I think I can, which is to either make people smile or laugh, whether at my pain or in my triumph. I honestly couldn't say, but either one of those things. I don't think I could jump to that, and even if I could, I don't think there's anything down there for us. Let's just head in there. What can I tell you? Well, my background is in pharmaceuticals, mainly in the pharmacy tech field that I studied when I initially went into college. A technical college, guys. You don't really study for a field so much as you train for it. That kind of thing, anyway. And then I attempted to do more with my life than I had the right to, and tried to go to university, study biology, make something of myself. That failed. And only when all your plans fail does your life truly begin. And that is where I am now, with nothing but what I've learned during my 12 years of attempting to make something of myself. With no skills, no real skills. No one's gonna say, oh, well, look at all these things you learned at university. Employers don't care about that. You only care about what you did in a applicable work field with things that actually matter. Because if it doesn't matter, then it's not worth talking about, and you're not worth looking at for a hire. Period. End of subject. Sorry, that is just how the current work world is. And anybody who gets a job at all is probably lying their ass off in order to do it, because all these companies, all these jobs are so insulated to people that do not have experience that the only way to get experience is to lie. Straight up. So I have decided that I'm going to attempt to make something of this loophole that I seem to have found myself in, and I'm pretty much dedicated my life to house sitting now. It's something I've been doing kind of under the table for 2 years. It'd be nice to find a company that does this sort of thing, and I could just work under them as an official employee rather than trying to make my unofficial business official and then being unable to do so because of debt or other things, it'd be nice to find that. But I'm going to attempt to make the unofficial official while that's happening. Anyway, so the skills I picked up during this stint permanent thing with house sitting range from taking care of pets, like pet maintenance, you know, pet care. These are things I need a certification for. That's the other tricky part, is you need certs for this type of stuff. You need to legally show you can do what you say you can do. Anecdotal experience by working under the table is not enough. That's another thing that makes it tricky. Nobody trusts unless it's official. And official means certs. And when no one's buying into certs because, well, you can just buy those, you could just pay. Or you can't really pay to pass a cert, but you can, like, probably bribe people to make it easier to pass. It's illegal, but you can do it. And because nobody has trust in that process, even the official stuff, it's... unless you have ironclad proof and you're able to sell what you've learned, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I think what we're witnessing is the collapse of human societies that base themselves on limitless growth, or infinite growth, whichever way you want to do it, within contained systems. When all of humanity is contained to itself, there is no such thing as infinite growth. You eventually reach a cap, and when you can't go past it anymore, I think there are some aspects of capitalism that are probably worth keeping, like generally being hands-off with the market, unless there's something that calls for you to be hands-on, and not strangling people with unnecessary legal red tape. But, and I believe that people have a right to their individual property and to start businesses. Like, if the government controlled the resources and it was in the government's best interest to only have government-operated businesses, then that would just be communism. And there's really no in-between on that unless we literally make anti-government measures to make it so. Look, I'll say it. Government's the worst thing to happen to human society. Governments, nations, kingdoms, it's all bad. All bad. Humans need a return to monkey. A return to villages that are blessed by wind and rain. A return to... not only a return to, I guess, primalcy is a way of putting it, and away from monetary structures. The only kind, and I think this is something I have explained to my friends, is if there's no money, people will return to the currency that matters most: power. How do you get power? How do you coalesce power? Consolidate power? Military. You make sure that there are militaries and security outfits that are designed to back your cause. The old ways are best, but they're brutal. We return to nature's laws and stop living outside them. I know. I'm such a little anarchist, aren't I? Such a little anarchist. I feel like I should just skip that rune piece, but damn, do I have to try. Maybe I am an anarchist when I really think about it. I mean, I guess I'm also a humanist, or at least I like to think I am. So, I live my life as much as I can to benefit other people. That's hard to do. Okay, we got it. We got the rune piece, everybody. But that is not the hard part. The hard part is making these jumps. Okay, we got it. And I suppose I'm an anarchist in the sense that all governments are the same, right? They're all the same. They all have the thing in common, and that is they all trend toward wanting to consolidate power sooner or later, because that is the only currency in life that matters. Nothing else. It's what you do with the power that really matters, but power is important. If you don't have the power to protect the things you care about, you need to find a way to surround yourself with it or be next to people who have the power to protect. Yes, power destroys, it corrupts. But if you remember what your original purpose is with the power you obtain, then that's more or less, those are nature's laws. That's the only thing that matters. Prey are consumed by predators. Life gives way to death. It's sad. It's sad because as a social species with networking and, you know, our kind of ability to think in terms of groups, you know, you don't want death. I mean, you want life to give way to death. You want things to die and experience a natural life cycle. But you don't only want power to matter for its own sake. You want power to matter for other reasons. And money is simply another tool in which to obtain power, really and truly. Greed always gives way to folly. Greed is a sin all of its own, but it's almost always paired with something stupid that people do. And only with greed and folly together can they both make a man and unmake that same man, depending on what exactly is going on and how much power they've accumulated over the course of their lifespan. And it doesn't matter what system you have. It doesn't matter what governments are in place. It doesn't matter whether everybody is in it for themselves or everybody's all in it together. The only thing that matters is power. Doesn't matter what way it coalesces, who shares with whom, or if it's all coalesced into a single person, a monarchy. It doesn't matter. Power is power. It does not care for anything else. And I think that's what I've sort of come to realize is power only begets itself and cares very little for anything else. I guess it makes me sound like a defeatist, doesn't it? Because, like, what's the point in anything? Democracy? Republics? Dictatorships? Who cares? All these things fall by the wayside. They die by the sword. As soon as someone or something with more power, whether financial or otherwise, obtains the ability to change those things to be strictly in their benefit and no one else's, It doesn't matter what the original structure was. It doesn't matter which government had power. At the time that person went to rewrite the government to be beneficial to them. They now hold the reins. They now have the power. It's something that I'm trying to explain to my friends in small doses, because especially if you're someone who's like, ooh, late stage capitalism, and like their hearts are in the right place. Most people just want what's best for themselves, and if they can get that while also helping other people, they would definitely prefer to do that if you're any kind of humanitarian at all. But the rest of the world isn't going to see it that way. And whether everybody wants to have the meta level conversation about power or like what the human desires trend towards, whether people want to have the meta conversation or not, eventually that's where those roads lead, is what is the deal with human ambition. I know there are vulgar militia hiding. And as somewhat of a philosopher myself, it makes me sad. I'm sure there's a philosopher that has touched what I'm talking about. Probably Nietzsche, if I had to beg a guess. And who knows? Maybe Nietzsche was the most correct out of all of us. Nietzsche saw in people what they perhaps refused to see in themselves, which was their ability... Oh, yep, terrible. Was their ability to focus on the material. That the physical world is the correct one to care about. I know, I'm basically proselytizing to the masses at this point. It's not generally something I advocate for, but when you run out of sanitizable topics to talk about, what's left? Geopolitics, religion, spirituality, philosophy, that type of thing. That's all that matters. That's all that's left. Everything connects to the real world. Escapism is dead. In fact, I will go so far as to say escapism will lead to our downfall. Why? Why do I say that? Well, think about it. The people who are watching this stream or any stream, that's people who aren't being productive. Or if they are being productive, they're at a reduced capacity for it. Humans cannot multitask, by the way, which is why you see, all the streams where people are lurking. They're lurking. They're doing laundry, they're doing homework. They're being productive people. They're not here talking. They're not here clattering away at the keyboard or anything else. And no, before anyone gets any ideas, I'm not calling for people to suddenly start chatting. That's stupid. I'm merely saying that there's an opportunity cost for everything in life. Let that economics lesson sink in. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a cost. Everything. And if you are getting free lunch, that is because someone else has decided to pay your opportunity cost for you, wittingly or unwittingly. Really. So if you want everyone to not pay an opportunity cost, well, those free lunches have got to come from somewhere. Let's just say flame fall upon them so far. I am very impressed with this spell. I don't know. I guess, what do you guys think about the real world situations? Like, you know, everyone's gonna say, why bring kids into the horrors of this world? How are you going to be able to fix it if you have no one left to, you know, if you don't have anyone following behind you, your kids, to perhaps fix the mistakes you make, or that your forefathers made, or that our ancestors might have made. And if no one's around to fix that, well, then I guess it's just stuck in the annals of history. Yeah, I don't think kids are required or anything, but we can't have everyone saying, well, this world's a shitty place, don't bother. We can't have everybody saying that, or it remains that way. And I hate to say it, but I think the only way we're going to get the world to be in a not shitty place anymore is by upending the rules, the social contract. Just get rid of it. Social contract? What social contract? There should never have been such a thing. Was the Enlightenment period a mistake? I don't know. I mean, everything is connected somehow, right? Everything is connected somehow. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Everything is connected. Everything. Like I said, return to monkey. Primalism, the old ways were best. Superstition is the norm. Science is the exception. People who reason and think and don't engage in meta-level discussions are normal. Anyone who doesn't is seen as a prophet or an oracle, and their words are law. Their word is to be respected and treated as sacrosanct. Because humans are animals. I don't know. It's just such a depressing thing to think about. I'm just gonna focus on the game, but that is the type of stuff that keeps me up at night. I'm thinking about, you know, I'm thinking about where I'm gonna be in the grand scheme of things. And not only am I thinking about where I'm gonna be in the grand scheme of things, I'm thinking about what the grand scheme of things actually is. And how every time I seem to find some spot where, and something in the world happens to take it away. Just take it away, make the normal change, gone. I guess that's why it keeps me up at night. I'm not a selfless person. I'm thinking about what's in it for me. I'm thinking about what's the world going to be like for me when I'm actually ready to step into it and participate. Is there even going to be a world left? Or are my parents and my elders gonna slough it off? Slough off this mortal coil and leave me holding the handbag with no way to open it. And with nothing to show for the time I did spend engaging with the world prior. I know that's probably the type of thing that also keeps everyone else up at night. I just don't think about it in those terms. I think about, well, why has the world gone to hell? Like, people ask it like that. They don't think about, well, you know, here's all this history that's come and gone to pass. Here's how the human psyche is going to deal with it. They're not asking meta-level questions like I am. Maybe that's my problem. I'm too meta. I'm too meta. I'm too salient in my observations. Nah, I'm kidding. I project so much of myself onto the world. It's no surprise that, you know, I fail. The things I do, I fail. And I fail hard in the end. I live in fear. And because of that, I just live in fear generally, not even the fear of anything specific. I live in fear generally, and I hesitate when I shouldn't. I don't hesitate when I need to. My decision making is not the best. And so I fail. I own my failures. But damn, can they still sting. I have to be careful because the bats, you can engage with them by having them hang down, or I'm sorry, you can engage with the hanging bats here, and you get them one at a time. If you just try to go up the precipice, they'll come flying after you. Also, if you attack the operatic bat, they will also come after you. That's much cleaner. Oh, come on. Target that bat. Thank you. Wow, that is a really late, perfect chain, like perfect cast prompt. Okay, but we cannot go up there yet. We gotta collect our runes first. I feel grief for my fellow... I feel pain for my fellow humans who think, not perhaps in the same way I do, but, you know, that there won't be a future for them. I think about that. I know I'm not the only one who has nothing to show for living in their parents' world. who has nothing to show for 30 plus years of living. And some of it is my fault, but a lot more of it can be attributed to the system. And how things are just stagnant. And the system is meant to benefit. Oh, I just realized I have Blood Flame Talons on instead of Blood Boon, which would explain why I'm not casting Blood Boon. I guess this gives us an opportunity to test the Blood Flame Talons. It's expensive, I'll tell you that. Very expensive. A lot of our late game spells are very expensive. I'm sorry, I'm just a cisgendered white male rambling on about God knows what. I'm doing the YouTuber thing again, where I'm rambling about things I don't understand. If I ever get rambling or preachy like that, please feel free to correct me. I have passion, but it is not tempered by nearly as much research as there should be. I mean, I assume that colors your perception of me, doesn't it? Ah, I am a indifferent scumbag to all of it. And you'd be right. I don't really care what form the world takes, so long as people in it aren't suffering. Problems of culture can... they can be solved or cared about by a different person than me. There another one? I could have swore there was one that jumped down from you when you were over here, but I could be incorrect about that. I was about to say, you could come up here. There better bloody well be a rune piece for it. Speaking of places you can go... Oh, well, you actually had to come up here to get there, so never mind. Okay, bats up above. Where do we see them? Huh. I actually don't think they're like the bats out there, but I don't think they're actually hanging anywhere this time. Oh, well, that was bad. Anything else? I don't think so. I think this was the last little bit of interaction before getting up to the top. Alrighty. I mean, that means it can actually be boss time. And won't that be fun? We'll probably put on Blood Boon for this. What summon do we want? Because Makar is gonna be... And we've already defeated the Tree Sentinel, so we don't have to go through here. I don't know if we need to take the lift at Deathless or not. The Deathless lift. The lift especially for Deathless. Deathless's lift. I don't know. Okay, don't need that. We don't need flame. Oh, flame cleanse me. Need this. Not going to be in range for Flame of Frenzy, so we're going to give that up. I think we're good here. Probably don't even want Flame Fall upon them. We just want to focus on bleeding people out. Maybe the Spirit Jelly would be a good one this time. And that means we want these Cursed Blood Pot things. So, the two NPCs I'm gonna summon are gonna be Great Horde Tragoth and Millicent of Black. Unless we could summon all three. If I could summon all three, I'll take all three. They could be our own little four-man group. Nah, we can only get two of them. Damn, I remember being able to summon all three. What a shame. See, I feel like you should be able to summon the third if you give up your ability to summon like a spirit. Oh, wasn't there an item you could use that would let you summon the third? It's not like the wizened finger, is it? No, that's still for that. I remember there being something you could use. Can't use it either. Don't know. I guess we could be happy with our two friends, Tragoth and Millicent. Sure. Now, I hadn't used this command the entire time, because I frankly hadn't needed to say so before, but I do not talk during boss fights. If you guys type in !boss, B-O-S-S, into the chat, I'll do a demonstration now. Really? That's so interesting. Yeah, okay. We do it like... Oh, you gotta figure out something for that. Oh, I don't know where to put... I don't know what to do with this. Maybe if I can have the multi-chat, I'll swap. Nope. It'd have to be like... it'd have to be something like this. Which probably means the whisper dock should come up. Just resizing a bunch of things. Oh, it'd have to be under Twitch, size to the left, pushed up. Something like this, so I can get the multi-chat right in the beginning. I do wish the multi-chat was not like a simple little panel. Sorry, I'm doing anything except like the boss stuff. Let's step through. I will acknowledge your sentences, like I'll say hi, or you know, I'll say give me just a minute to finish what I'm doing, and then I'll totally reply to you. I do in fact do that. But I won't actually give a meaningful reply. Like if you ask me how I'm doing, I'm not gonna tell you how I'm doing until after either I die or the boss dies. Take your pick. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Wish me luck. Okay. Well, that happened. Oh. And I want to say if we don't want to trigger Lanceax, we actually go to the Deathless lift proper. Or I could be unable to touch Grace. Sure. Yeah, that's totally cool. Okay. Come on. You really, like... Come on, let me collect this. How do you... Oh, do you have to lure Makar here? And smash this? I think you have to lure Makar here. And smash it. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This rune piece is like a death trap. Yeah, you're meant... I think you're meant... Yeah, this is a trap. Like, absolutely. Can I seriously just not touch any Grace right now? Yeah, I guess we can't. Cool. Something is blocking my ability to do this, and I do not understand what it is. Okay. I am not allowed to rest at any site. I'll have to fast travel and see if that fixes it. There we go. Okay, well, that... Sorry about that. I, had to sneeze. I also had to pick something out from between my teeth again. So sorry. Now I swear if we cannot touch grass after this, I'm gonna be upset. Thank goodness. No need to get panicky coin. Go back to the table of Lost Grace. Maybe see if our friend Milos has deigned to join us.
Well then.
Might not happen until we take the Deathless lift. We'll have to see.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
It's nice to know that shields are not necessary and I can go on with my build, but damn is it annoying to have to think about every so often. Oh yeah, I had forgotten about this. Oh, I don't want to sell these things until after I've morphed into them. Besides, the whole black flame thing may actually end up being useful on some counts. Don't need the Nightmane's Edge. Or this, for that matter. That's nice to know that there's a curved sword that does this. Well, I have to ask, like, what's up with the two-handers getting, like, Dragon Communion incantation boosts? Are Dragon Communion followers unga bunga-ing all that? What's the difference? Just slightly worse everything. Yeah, why would I? Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, maybe that's not exactly required. Okay. Madness build up, nothing else. HP while in combat. Attack power of hit foes. Yeah, but that only works on melee attacks, and not anything else. Unfortunate there's no other effects that really work that well for us. Sadness. We can almost begin leveling Vigor again. Almost. We're so close. Nope, we have actually not passed the threshold yet for that. Good, good. Now, we got two things we want to clear up since we're right here. We want to go into the Bestial Sanctum first and get that death root. I could have swore I remember the Fulminating Rune Bear requiring all death root to gain act, like, or do we need to have, like, death root on us? No, all death root is not required. I got rid of that note because we were able to fight the Fulminating Rune Bear just now, or not just now, but like earlier on, we were able to like fight it. Now, before we fight Garank and try to get him to submit, we're gonna take our last break for the evening. Remember that I will not be streaming on weekends unless something changes. Like, I get the last couple Sundays have sort of been like exceptions, but they're just that, exceptions. My normal schedule is Monday through Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to catch me, normally Monday through Friday is the place to do it. Hope everyone has a good weekend, if this is where you're getting off, but just wanted to point that out in case my recent pattern of streaming has people confused, because I promise it is not the norm. Anyway, you guys know what time it is. It is break time, the very definition of break time. 5 minutes. 90 seconds of ads for people on Twitch, and with that, I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. sorry about that. Okay, let's try that again. Sorry about that. I'm back. I just had to take a minute and kind of clean myself a little bit. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed their commercial break so far. Want to thank anybody who has followed and or subscribed in the past 48 hours. It means a lot. It really does. People have really taken to the practice of following after streams, so I want to make sure I do my best to acknowledge that while allowing people their anonymity, the ability to follow without being called out. You know what I mean? People just want to be left in peace and to kind of fade into the background. You guys already know all the algorithmic stuff to do, so I won't bore you beyond that. Instead, what I'll do is simply continue playing the game, because that is what everybody ultimately comes here for, not for my saucy takes on reality. I promise you that. No one gives a shit about what I think. Nobody of worth. No, and when I say nobody of worth, of course you guys are worth it to me. I'm talking about people in power. Nobody in power cares about what I think, and if they do, they'll care enough to take me out. You'll find my accidental death somewhere along the way later.
The death ring. More feet.
Okay, we're gonna rest and then we're gonna summon something immediately. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, kill me, kill me. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't think we are supposed to kill him. I don't think that's supposed to happen. And if it is, that's really strange. I don't know what happened there. Like, his AI just did not fire off properly. I'm gonna take this off the splits, because I'm not sure. That is not supposed to happen, like, at all. But I have to put the death down somewhere. So we're gonna put that here with a Black Blade Kindred. Oh no! The gates open at night, right? I know what happened. I accidentally gave him 2 death root at once and didn't think about it. That's what happened. Hold on. We're gonna go to an outdoor area. Change it to night. Come back. Pastime tonight. Now let's go back over and see if that fixes things. Now will this door open or have I borked it? I think I've borked it. No, it opened. Okay. Ah, and now we will find Garank, like, outside. Question is, where outside is he gonna be? Oh, hello. Alright, sure. Now, we're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna come in here just like this, and we're gonna summon Latenna. And we're going to, I want to say these guys are immune to status. Come on. Oh, that's not good. Nice. I gotta be careful. I do feel like this is the strat. I just need to adjust it accordingly. I probably want a 7-3 flask split for this. Yeah, 7-3 seems pretty appropriate. Just gotta mind the fact that Garank is in here. Unless that is not an... Hold on, I need to look at something. I feel like this falls under cheese, and I wouldn't be allowed to do it. Hang on. There's a list of bannable, or a list of banned interactions. Fall, yep. Other unknown featured methods. Stuck in an infinite walking, yeah, not allowed to do that. Okay, that's not really it. AI breaks, that list can be found here. Verdon Cliff Death, not allowed to have that. That's a speedrun thing. My mind was gonna go into Dirty Degenerateville, but let's not say we didn't, huh? Alright. I don't see anything that says this would, if anything, this would be the type of thing that falls into this would be you're fighting the boss outside its intended arena where that's not allowed to happen. I still die though. Just want to point that out. I still die. Oh, right. And I gotta be careful. That's it, Lieutenant. Come in. Ah, yes, spam that, why don't you? Valid, though, seeing as how we're quite literally forcing him to be unable to fight. I don't think this would be permissible. I think I would end up having to fight him outside. Oh. Alright, my dude. This is a way to avoid deaths. I just don't... Like, even if the likelihood is that I die, right?
Your thoughts.
It's where you don't have to deal with the entirety of the moveset. Even though it is technically within the fighting arena. He just can't get in here. I really think I should probably make a note about that, shouldn't I? Alright, I think we can actually start our notes on the Altus Plateau proper now. I don't think... Wait, why is this wrong? Why did I move? There's two of these. Okay, we'll get rid of one of them. There's not a second mimic tier fight in there. And if there is, it's like the stray mimic tier, isn't it? And that's not until much later. Okay, we're also kind of like bounding back and forth between various places at the moment. We have Giant's Flame, Take Thee. These are both absolutely fantastic. Please tell me, yeah, we can in fact charge this. Probably. Are we starting to outmode? Not really. We're not really outmoding any of these spells. We're just... Nope, that should be Flame Grant Me Strength. We're also going to maybe honor a different fallen friend. Just a little. We gotta alter our garments anyway, so we're going to transmogrify. This is invisible. Let's honor our, friend, in air quotes, Stellavis, not wearing that dinky hat. Not trying to be Big Hat Logan, but... I honestly don't think the set's bad looking at all. This is like your traditional, you know, mid to high tier Dark Souls caster material. Like caster outfit. This is exactly what that looks like. And it looks good. It really does. I just don't like the big floofy hat. Well, that's not true. I like the hat. I think the hat's very cool, very ornate looking, but I'm not a fan of it. I prefer the robes without the helmet, honestly. Okay. Let's travel back to the Ancestral Woods, and now we're gonna go past the Ancestral Spirit area. So much for not seeing this place again, huh? We got one more... we gotta see it one more time. And why? Easy. That reason is... we got this cave to go through. And inside this cave... is our way toward the Deeproot Depths. Now, what's our new spell look like? Oh, that is such a crisp, satisfying sound. Just big fat plop. I really feel like we could get somewhere with this. Here's a question. How far will this thing travel? Sure. Yeah, we don't want to be anywhere near that Crucible Knight. I promise we don't. Yeah, would you like to come back this way? It's gotta be like this, or even higher. Now, here's a fun question. Will he fly off the cliff? That's the first one. The second one is going to be less fun because we're going to have a spear. Yeah, we're going to have a spear user to deal with, and that's just going to be hell in a handbasket. But thankfully, the spear user doesn't guard, so all we have to do is worry about, you know, casting our potent spells. Please do not let there be like aggroing things coming out from the top of the ceiling coming after us. I don't remember there being any, but you never know sometimes. The enemy placements that might change in mods like this. There's our big guy up there. That Crucible Knight. I could do without this particular Crucible Knight. It's there are a couple different approaches. You can either fight in a very limited area, and you know, if you're good at the game, then more power to you. But most likely what's going to happen is I'm going to try to cheese it out. I say cheese. What I mean is I'm going to attempt to honestly use the terrain to my advantage and not eat a giant spear to the face. Tree spear, even. Not just any spear, but a tree spear. How many spears do you see? Tree 50 of them. I don't know. It's so awful. Okay. I don't think I'm going to quite have... Yeah. There we go. You see? You see what I mean? Told you we didn't want to deal with those, and that particular one, I believe, always respawns. If I remember correctly. No, that would be the greater... Would it be? Yeah, it would be the greater will, right? Immune to immune to blood loss. Yup. That happened. Here I am waiting for a blood loss proc. It's never gonna happen. That doesn't mean blood boon isn't good, just that it isn't going to amount to much. At least the bleeding won't anyway. Gonna jump down and hope I don't have a Crucible Knight jump scare. What the hell? What was that exchange? Alright, so unfortunately, it appears I can't actually stagger him before he gets to me. Like, that's just not a thing that's happening. So we're gonna have to anticipate what he does next. And also, that shoulder charge, I do not know how to avoid currently. I was really about to attempt to jump down there and ruin whatever number of runes I was carrying for that. Real smart. Nope, not gonna work. All right. Oh, that happened. I definitely should have died there. The fact that I didn't is a godforsaken miracle. We may only have time for one attempt at the oh. Let's not. We do not have time for that. Gotta wait for them to stop firing. Ugh. trying to go through here with only generators is gonna be almost bloody impossible. The thing about the Siofra Aqueduct is the aqueduct is a bridge between Siofra and the deep root depths. Once you defeat the Valiant Gargoyle duo, you can go from there into the deep root depth. I'm gonna mark this just in case. But you do have to fight a pair of very strong bosses. They're strong even in vanilla. And that's saying something considering how much cheese builds are a real thing in vanilla, and they're really not so much here. Incidentally, the Valiant Gargoyles are all the stronger because they're stone enemies, and so these tend to be, along with the dragons, they tend to be like heavily resistant to fire. Like our fire spells are not gonna find much purchase. Well, I shouldn't say much purchase, but you know, one of the nice things about Reforged is that you only ever have 50% resistance on bosses. So, at most, you know, you're going to be casting twice as many spells as someone who casts mainly sorceries would. And they're about as many, you know, fire damage walls as there are holy damage walls, which I think is kind of healthy for the game. Healthy in the sense that no one, like, strategy is going to find themselves more or less adverse than any other strategy. Ah, screw you. Yeah, no one is any more or less averse than anyone else. There are some fights that check casters in general pretty hard. Horaloo is one of them. And so people in melee, yeah, like, they're rough, but there isn't, like, specific anti-caster tech like there is. Like, they're not facing anti-caster tech unless they're chucking consumables at Horaloo, which if you're doing that with your melee build, that's probably not a very good place to be. You're welcome for that head-inducing scratch. The Beholder of Death. We, of course, do not want to be doing this. We do not want to be doing this fight with that particular set of flasks. We probably want to adjust our spells now so that we're not having to deal with this. Having to deal with that later. Let's see. Don't need flame fall upon them. We're gonna take Giant's Flame here. Don't want Frenzied Burst. They can't bleed. So he thinks just pure damage is going to be what the call of the day is. I don't even think they can go mad. Yeah, let's go for pure damage. Which case, I don't know if I want the cursed blood pots here. Means what? Lutel plus 5? That's what we're working with right now? Yeah, I think we've got the best loadout we can get for a boss like this. I really truly think so. It's nice to know that Crucible Knight ain't coming back. We just have to figure out a way to not die to it. But we are going to take a golden friend with us. The Beholder of Death. Come, my friend. Please know that this D and that one are not the same. The D that was sitting with us talking, nah, Fiat mugged and killed his ass. We're dealing with his brother now. Someone whose mind presumably cracked due to Fiat killing his brother. That's like the one detestable thing that she's done the entire time. The rest is like philosophically debatable, but killing a man's brother is, well, murder of any kind really is just awful. I do not that's like the singular thing I did not approve of Fiat doing, but you know what they say. We all do what we feel we must in order for us to survive, in order for people to make sense of their world. And I think that's what Fiat did, was make sense of her world at the cost of D making sense of his. All right, we'll come back to attempts on this on Monday, but I at the very least want to get 1 or 2 in. I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Please wish me luck, although I hope to God I do not need it. Okay. We have time for one more attempt. And now I know which summon I want to use for that. And that's going to be Latenna. Because she can sometimes errantly cause them to dodge out of the way. And hopefully, as long as I keep her in a rather benign state, she should be okay. And I'll have to time my shots better, of course. Oh, I just did the stupid. There's a reason I jumped off. Don't worry. And that reason was... Oh, also, we have 7 minutes. I just realized we have 7 minutes. We have time for a couple of extra attempts, actually. Let's try that again with 100% less screw-ups, because we will remember to summon D this time. And then we'll summon Latenna. Thank you, D, for your help. D, bud, where are ya? Oh no. Yep. I think I summoned Latenna too close to the entrance. And because of that, D decided, nah, you got help already. I don't need you. You don't need me. Please let me grieve for my brother instead. I think I have learned not to summon Latenna near the doorway. But I might also have to, like, lead him out and back in, or do other crazy jury rig fixes. Alright, so now this time we're gonna let D come in first. And then wait and summon Latenna then. There we go. Yep, right now I need to deal with you. I just died. I just died. Dang it. I didn't pack enough flasks. Wait. Did that not count? Oh my god, I think that didn't count. I think that was right on the edge and it didn't actually count. Wow. Okay, so here's what we do. We're gonna go back and figure out what the correct set of spells is for Monday. For Monday, when we come back. Giant's Flame Take Thee, I don't think is a good spell for this. I think Flame Fall Upon Them may be better. It could also be possible that, you know, something like the Flame of Frenzy will work better. Look, before we go, I want to take a look at our fine friends, the gargoyles. This would be under... not Beings of the Void. It would be something else. How did I not mark this? I didn't mark it. Oh my god. Awful. Not that I care, but it's still annoying. So many unmarked things. Not fringe folk. Under the unaffiliated, it might be. I need to find this. It's not a servant of death, is it? It would be a... it would be a... Oh god. Would it be a living construct? Yes. Okay. It is. Immune to poison, blood loss, sleep, death blight. Wow. You can actually make these things mad. You can also rot them out. Interesting. I guess, are these a stone tag enemy? Okay, so if we have the if we have the entry for the Black Blade Kindred, then we have the same information technically. And it is considered a stone enemy. So these guys are probably also stone. So methinks... I mean, this is an uphill battle regardless. Just like the Magma Worm was an uphill battle. Just like the Godskins are also an uphill battle. It's very possible that we may end up wanting to use Flame of Frenzy here. So I'm going to keep it as an option. And I think that is where we will need to call it. I can't believe that didn't count. I mean, I can. I just don't want to. Before we go, for those of you on YouTube, you're probably good to go here. I thank you guys on the YouTube side for sticking around for any length of time, as usual. And I hope that your travels and circumstances, no matter where you are safe for you. And you are allowed to pursue your happiness to its full potential. I mean that. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. As for those of you on Twitch, if you guys want... Oh, there's quite a lot of streamers up on a Friday right now. Everybody likes Friday night. However you want to say it. I think if you guys want some variety streaming, go check out a content creator by the name of Natulia. They do a lot of Blizzard products from what I can tell. Whoops, that is the incorrect chat. Hang on. Yep, they're playing Diablo Floor. Ah, yes, the The root of the whole thing, the floor edition. I've seen them play World of Warcraft and some other Blizzard staples, so they play a lot of Blizzard games from what I can tell. The other one that I will probably recommend if you guys just like variety, check out Squee the Kalè. They're doing a lot of things lately, so it's kind of hard to pin their content down. They're playing Once Human, which I do not know what that is. At all. So definitely go check them out. They're worth the trouble, I promise. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. Go out there and find your Albinoric woman anywhere.
Find the Albinoric woman.
And make sure the Erd Tree gives you the good ol'...
Oh, Erd Tree, grant me suck.
Yes, make sure that those two things happen. Nah, in all seriousness, go do what makes you happy out there. This world is incredibly unstable. I feel like we're just one really, really, really bad geopolitical current event away from like mutually assured destruction. So go do what makes you happy. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things. And with that, thank you, and goodbye.